community on Saturday night. It is probably the largest, an accident we had. This is the most severe that we've actually experienced here in Huntsville, if not Muskoka. And so the loss has been really profound. And so I have found myself all day expressing our condolences on behalf of council and staff, and in fact on behalf of the town, to many people. And but we've also been receiving calls. I've done interviews with all of the media outlets, but we've received calls of sympathy in support of our community. From MPP Smith, from Premier Ford, from the mayors of Lake of Bays and Bracebridge, all saying wanting to express their sympathy, but also saying anything we can do. And it's an incredible feeling. I've also talked to the OPP, several members of the OPP, and I think the conversation I had that expresses so much of what happened today and the feelings that we're going through is I had an opportunity to speak to the family member of Jessica Ward. And it was an incredible conversation. And one thing that so again, I expressed to him anything that the town of Huntsville could do at some point. We're embracing him and his family and anyone else connected with the loss. So that is what I have been conveying. One of the things that he said, though, and it's an incredible segue into your presentation, this sounds bizarre, but he said, I'm a sixth-generation Huntsvillian. And one of the things that we're all proud of is that sense of small-town feel. And since the loss, the embracing from our community, the outreach from our community to not just him, but to his kids, to other friends, from employers, her employer, his employer, has been awe-inspiring. And one of the things he said was, we're growing, and sometimes we're worried about that loss of small-town feel. He said, it's an event like this when you realize, not even close, not even close. And I'm just so proud to be part of this community, to be able to, be part of that love. And it's what helps all of us get through this, especially those who are suffering the most. So I just wanted to say that, and as I said, I've been speaking on behalf of everybody. So I hope that is all right with you, and that's I wanted to share. So I can move right along, and I do have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the council meeting agenda dated November 27th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated with the following amendment. Deletion, 8.5 bylaw 2023-127 fell, a regional road allowance closure 100 Hidden Valley Road and 1500 Skyline Drive. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Declaring on closed session confidential report DEV 2023-117, acquisition lands for personal reasons.
Okay, thank you. That's so noted. All right. So we're moving right along to our one invited and ceremonial presentation. Sabine and Stacy, you're with us again, and how exciting to present what is, I think, our final draft of our community strategic plan. So With that, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of council. It's a great pleasure to be here with you tonight. I'm here with my colleague Stacey Hushin. Madam Mayor, your comments that link all of your hard work collectively to the vision and the very tragic circumstances are kind of moving, because it's very easy to think about strategic planning as somehow being remote from the lived experience or the daily experience of a municipality. And your comments bring home, I think, one of the really important principles that we were trying to strike through our work together, which is the importance of the authenticity of a strategic plan to actually reflecting your community. I would only add that having just driven up through the snow and watching your responders, you know, the OPP out, I think I passed 4 minor accidents, or what I hope were minor accidents, and the people working the plows and all the other people who are out responding, keeping the roads safe. I think it also is a real reminder of the mission that you struck for the organization, which is delivering services for the people of Huntsville through responsible decision making. But the quality of the services is very much in evidence while I was making my way here this evening. And I just wanted to bookend it with that, was it's not just the vision, it's also the mission every day. You know, we'll be very brief tonight because of the hard work that you've done. But if you think about the value of strategic planning, really we've tried to capture that throughout, and tonight we're moving into a new state of it, really, because we've been trying to come up with something that would capture the authenticity you were referring to, and something that'll go on to be used on a regular basis, both informing your decision making and your budget making, and making sure that you've got a clear sense of direction with staff, and making sure that you've got alignment within the organization. But I guess the next step in the process will herald the communication of town priorities to the community, but also hearing back from the community about those priorities in their current form. I think we'll be able to say that you've done a great job, and that we've, you know, been your faithful stenographers. If by the end of that we can confirm that it truly is strategic and not unduly down in the weeds, and you've spoken to the authenticity already, and something that isn't going to sit on the shelf, and something that has this kind of directionality so you can track where it's moving, and finally something that has the key confidence of the stakeholders. And that's really what we'll be coming to next when you take the more refined version of it out to them. Stacey, do you want to take over?
There we go. You think by our 3rd meeting with you folks, we would have figured these microphones out, but apparently not. It's ever a learning journey. And I think a key part of this is the fact that this has been a consultative process, that we have really worked with you, worked with your town staff, but also with the community to make sure that this strategic plan feels like Huntsville, as opposed to something that's cookie cutter, that really could have any name on the front of it and you wouldn't be able to tell which municipality it refers to. And so for us, the process is as integral as the final product. It's what gives the final product legitimacy. It's what makes people excited about it. It also is what gives people a sense of ownership over it. And I think that's what we're hoping that all of you in the room and your staff feel as well, that you're excited about the next stage. And so as part of the process, you know, we started out with introductory interviews with all of you and you know, your department heads and senior leadership team. But we also went out to the community and had one-on-one conversations with the people who call this wonderful place home, for people who visit here, for the businesses that make it such a lively place to be. You know, we were told at the outset of this process that the community is highly engaged, and we go a lot of places, so we were like, okay, and Riva will remember this. We were like, okay, yep. And then we had over 1,400 responses in just a few weeks to our community survey. And we rarely see kind of that level of engagement, which I think speaks to the truth that you do have an engaged community. They care about the future of this community. They want to be a part of that future. And you're seeing it in real time as the unfortunate events of this weekend play out. And we've seen it throughout this process. So now it's about taking the next step together to map out that future with the vision that you've created, underpinned by the mission of what you do every day. the one thing, that I think we want to be really clear about is that Huntsville is on the right track. This is a great community to live, work, and I dare say play in. But, key to it is that natural environment. It's why people want to come here. It's what makes people want to visit here as well. And as you see, on our slide, it's part of what makes Huntsville, Huntsville. But as we've already mentioned this evening, the town is growing. It's going to change. But you have the power to set the parameters of that change, guided by the strategic plan and through ongoing engagement with the community. And as you grow, there are going to be things that you'll need to think about. Do we have the right assets in place? Are we maintaining what we have before we think about what we may need? Are we keeping up with our roads? We talked a lot throughout this project about roads and facilities. And so it really is about that proactive planning to make sure that you're ready for the growth, but also that you're determining what that growth looks like. It's not determining what Huntsville looks like. We, as part of this, moving forward in implementing the plan, continuing to talk to your community members is going to be vital. We heard a lot throughout the process about the importance of ongoing two-way communication and engagement. The fact that you're taking this draft plan out to make sure that it resonates with the community before you approve the final version is a testament to that you want to make sure you're closing the loop with the community. This is what we heard. Did we get it right? And you'll make adjustments, but you may not. And I think that's a really, important part of starting to foster and rebuild those relationships between government and the community that you serve. We know it's a challenging time for everyone, and so thinking about how you can invite residents back into government and make it accessible for them is critical. And I'd say, there's also things in this plan that are going to be challenging. We spoke a lot in our workshop series with council about challenges around housing supply, housing affordability, around community safety and well-being, and ensuring that everyone who wants to be here can thrive. These aren't issues that Huntsville will have to tackle alone, and I think the strategic plan helps map out where those opportunities are to, leverage your community, your partners, the volunteers, the engaged residents, and the expertise that you might have right here, but also those areas where you're going to need to advocate to other levels of government for the things that you need for your community. And the last piece, of course, is making sure that you're taking care of what's in the four walls of the corporation, that as you grow, you're making sure to invest in your people, your processes, your technology, to make sure that you can continue to deliver those high-quality services. Sabine and I saw it tonight on the roads, but that takes investment, right, to continue to deliver that level of service. And those demands on the services that you have today are only going to grow as the town grows. And so building up the organizational capacity to meet the demands of growth will be integral for the future. And this actually leads quite neatly into, the draft strategic plan. So we have a revised vision where we've, evolved the vision from the last plan, but we haven't fully thrown out the baby with the bathwater. Instead, what we've done is actually take the most important parts of what makes Huntsville Huntsville and put them into this vision. So just for members of the audience and folks online who may be watching, the vision for the strategic plan is a growing community that is vibrant, inclusive, and healthy while protecting our heritage and natural features, which ultimately speaks to the fact that you are going to grow, you encourage that growth, but you want to do so in a way that protects what's integral to this community. And that includes both that small town feel and the natural environment. All of this is underpinned by what you do every day, and that's here in the mission. And Sabine said it earlier, but it's delivering quality services for the people of Huntsville through responsible decision-making. And underpinning everything you do, both within the strategic plan, but also your day-to-day operations, how you govern yourselves, how you collaborate with each other, are a set of values, 6 values: understanding, integrity, empowerment, transparency, respect, and responsible. these are principles that you should carry with you as you move forward into implementation. They should factor into how you make decisions about where and how to invest, mindful that you have limited resources to do so. These can be your, this plan and these elements of the plan can help be that North Star as you face difficult decisions, to improve the quality of life in the community. And then we have the actual meat and potatoes of the strategic plan. And, a key evolution from the last plan is that we've added this fourth pillar, stable, trusted, and engaged community partner. And the goal there is to make sure that you have the foundation within the administration to deliver on community priorities around balanced growth, a protected natural environment, and lively, healthy, and safe communities. And so, this strategic plan, again, it's an evolution from the last strategic plan, but we also wanted to make sure that it felt authentic to this council, that it felt authentic to your community in a post-pandemic environment. And we know, that Huntsville, as so many other places, has changed. And within, the framework, we have these broad pillars, but each of the gray boxes, and you also have the lovely designed version, which unfortunately does not translate very well to a presentation because it's a PDF, but you have goals that help give life to those strategic pillars, but then more action-oriented initiatives that'll start to set out the roadmap as to how are we going to achieve, the goals within this plan. The next stage, of course, is also important. It's about moving forward with implementation. And it's key to success because so many times you can see a strategic plan or any strategy really that just sits on a shelf or in someone's desk drawer. There's nothing that gives Sabine and I greater pleasure than when we're talking to someone and they actually pull the strategic plan out because they have it sitting on their desk because they're referring to it all the time. That's the kind of document that we hope that we've left you with. And it's important because staff are already thinking about how to do that, what comes after. And what's really important about tonight is it's not the end point of a process, it's actually the beginning point of the next process, which is how do we make it real? You're in the midst, of thinking about what 2024 is going to bring in terms of, staff's business plans, but also the budget. It's a great time to think about how can we build the bridge between our strategy and what we're going to deliver and do next year and in the years after that. But also key to that is making sure that that there's flexibility built into the plan. The strategic plan isn't intended to be a set of handcuffs, and we saw a number of municipalities that had robust strategic plans that they created in 2019, and then just a few months later the pandemic hit and they weren't able to move forward with them. And there's that, military saying, Sabine will be able to say it better than I would, but no plan survives the first 15 minutes of battle or the first shot or whatever it is. And so it's important that you also be prepared to view this as a living document that may need periodic review and updates to make sure that it still resonates with your community, with town staff, and with yourselves. And so as part of this process, staff will be bringing back reports to tell you how it's going, and you can look at the plan again. It's not set in stone forever, but it is an important document, as we've talked about, in terms of being able to action through the budget and the business plan.
And just one last thought to you all. As you embark in a process of consultation, there's a couple of thoughts. One is honestly, if somebody comes up with something that isn't encapsulated with the current draft, well, in a way that would be sort of wonderful, because, if the good news is you've talked to about 1,500 people, but the nature of these processes is you sometimes don't hear all the voices of the community. So the reason why you're going to go listen is because you're going to go listen. But just a couple of thoughts. One thing is 1,500 people did give their best thought to this, including yourselves, through several lengthy workshops. Sometimes somebody comes up with something new, or sometimes they come up with something that's a niche idea. Perhaps it requires a change in the plan. Perhaps it just requires thinking about how it could be absorbed within an element of the plan, or perhaps it's something that actually isn't one of your priorities. And so, the great thing about engagement is that it brings things to you to consider. And as you said in your mission, it's about providing great services through responsible decision making. You'll figure it out. But, we often find that there's a kind of a risk of a recency effect. Today it would be totally predictable if they were having a conversation in the city of Toronto that it would be all about what was happening as between them and the province of Ontario, and 6 weeks later it could be something else, right? So just watch for recency effect and think about whether you really need to change something or whether you just need to learn from what's been said and figure out how to add that perspective to what's here. But in any event, given that it's foreseeable that things will change, don't fuss if they do, and it's all good. But what you got hopefully is a plan that you'll put to use, because it's not useful because it's carved in stone, it's useful because you use it. And with that, I think we can wind up and just answer any questions or maybe.
Thank you both for your presentation. What I definitely like about this is its simplicity, and I think that is really key. You're not fingering through a long document, and yet I think it has some really important statements contained within. Are there any questions from council? We're happy. We're happy, I guess. I think that means we should. It is the last time. Our CAO is reminding me it's the last time here. Not only should I thank you both, I should do that, but also last opportunity, just in case there's a burning question, but I'm sure that we could contact you if we do have that. But thank you both. It's been a real pleasure working with you, and every time you come and do a presentation, it's really valuable. And I think we have a great draft here, personally. Very excited about it. There's a lot of what I really like in here, so, that's good. So, thank you. All right, and so does that mean you actually now turn around, or hopefully you'll go have dinner? Is that, maybe that'd be a good idea?
From an economic development point of view.
Yeah, I think that's in the strategic plan, so for sure it's a requirement. Oh, okay, yes, before you go, maybe before you depart, if our director would please give us a quick update as to next steps. You did make reference to the fact there's a next step.
Yeah.
So that would be really helpful, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So yes, next steps, we will be coming out with a community feedback survey on this draft strategic plan. So it will be launched tomorrow and will be open for 2 weeks. And then at the January council meeting, we will be coming back with all of the feedback that we received from that survey and addressing any concerns through a staff report, and we will present the final draft for adoption.
That's great. Thank you for that. And I meant to ask, and I apologize for not asking. Anyway, that's really exciting. All right, with that, you can go have dinner now. Bye. All right, so moving to our next agenda item, we have our council minutes. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the following council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular meeting, October 23rd, 2023, and special meeting, October 30th, 2023. Were there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. All right, and now we are going to reports from our committees, starting with the Huntsville Public Library minutes of October 10th, 2023. Councillor Cloutier, do you have anything that you'd like to highlight?
No, just as written here, no changes in it or anything above that. media's been going good. We're trying to get a little bit more of a copacetic time for everybody to meet. They're having a hard time. Some are busy and everything, so we're gonna figure that out, though. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Councillor Cloutier? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that. Next would be the Downtown Huntsville BIA minutes of October 12th, 2023. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you,
anything
Your
to
Worship.
highlight?
And just for your information, the notes, the minutes that are there, that was on October 12th. Nothing really new to report.
Okay, thank you for that. The next one, Aspenden Community Hall Ad Hoc Committee of November 6, 2023. Again, we have a set of minutes from that. But Councillor Schumacher, would you anything you'd like to highlight?
They're there for preview. I did have some homework to do that I did check with our director on, which is the AED in Aspenden Hall. And I did go back to Cameron's report in June, which Aspenden Hall was one of the ones for replacement. And she did confirm we have got all of those 9 that we had agreed to replaced, but the Aspenden Hall one is having difficulty with the Wi-Fi system there and connecting it. So there is a bit of a delay in that one in particular. And we are still waiting on the roof over the ramp to be fixed, but that, yeah, we're waiting for some contractors to be able to fix that. So those are my updates.
Thank you for that.
Anything else?
And it is good that at least we still are anticipating that the roof will be replaced. It's just finding somebody. And
And again, we have great staff who are willing to go over and shovel at this point. And we
Perfect.
had one renter who comes before staff time and has agreed to do his own shoveling at this point if we can't get that roof
Wow.
over. So we've
Wow.
worked well. It's a community out
That's so
there.
great.
so
There we
yes.
go. I know.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you for that. All right, moving right along to the Huntsville Lake of Bays Chamber of Commerce update. Councillor Renwick. do you have
Thank you,
anything
Your
to
Worship.
highlight?
And through you, I think similar to what Councillor Cloutier said, sometimes it's very difficult to find a time to get everyone together for a meeting. So that happens on occasion with the Chamber, but just an update, a verbal update, that they are searching for a new executive director, which I think we all know. The call has gone out for the Chamber of Commerce new director. They have not set a date yet for the AGM, and there's just a couple of things up in the air. So as soon as that happens, I will certainly we'll let everyone know. And just lots of discussion. We did have a meeting, but those minutes have not been forwarded on yet, so I won't share anything else, but we'll carry on.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Renwick? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for that. And finally, the Municipal Accommodation Tourism Tax Update. Councillor Morrison.
And thank you, Your Worship, and through you, not a whole lot to report. We have our ED starting officially on December 1st, which is exciting. And we are having some branding discussion on branding in a different way other than just HMATA, and coming up with a more marketable brand, and that's in the works. And other than that, it's pretty much status quo.
Thank you for that. Any questions with respect to HMATA? None. You just whipped right through that. Thank you all for your updates. So moving to reports for adoption, I have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated October 25th, 2023, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Were there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. Okay, so we're going to agenda item number 7, reports from municipal officers, starting with 7.1, report number OPS-2023-57, the fire capital adjustment. And I noticed we have Chief Gary Monahan here with us to speak to this report. Welcome, Gary.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sorry.
I don't know where my head is at.
You want me to read it?
I have to read the, yes, no, you're not supposed to. I'm supposed to do that. But it's okay. I would have been happy if you had read it. I have a motion. This is about the item we're about to discuss. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas quotes for a tanker pumper for the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Department, Port Sydney Station Number 5, were received and reviewed, and whereas the acceptable quote received was $42,000 over the amount allotted in the capital budget. Now therefore be it resolved that council approve increasing the amount for the purchase of the tanker pumper from $650,000 to $692,000, funded from fire capital reserves to be included in the draft 2024 capital budget. Okay, now over to you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So again, I'm in front of you again for another adjustment. I know I was in a couple months ago for the rescue, but we found a tanker that is built or is being built at this time and has a delivery of March of 2024, which would be which is unheard of. Actually, it's a good opportunity, but as you read the report, we're about 42 shy to get that tanker pumper. So I'm asking for an adjustment, and I'd be answer any
Okay.
questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Gary. Excuse me. I just think this is a no-brainer. I think we should just, if we can have this in March, it's definitely a win-win for us, and we'll find the money somewhere.
Okay, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Gary. Thank you for the report. I wouldn't say it's a no-brainer. It's $42,000 worth of my brain power. So, but my question is, you had mentioned that there's a 15 to 20-year cycle on the trucks that we have at this time, and then reading in the report too that we do have a reduction in insurance at times when we update our fleet or our trucks. So, are we going to be seeing any kind of not really a reduction in insurance, but just it's better for our clause, is it not, to have our trucks up to date? Obviously.
Correct. Through you, Mayor Alcock. We won't see a reduction because we haven't gone past the 20-year. It's once you go past the 20-year on your frontline or pumpers, or sorry, apparatus with water pumps, then that's when you start to see the increase in insurance costs. So if your apparatus are older than 20 years, that's when you start to get into trouble. So we are switching this one out at the right time. We're going to be 2024. If we had to go with another supplier, we would be into 2025. So we'd be 21 years on that truck.
And just to follow, is that a large increase or decrease in insurance if we were, let's say we wouldn't get it this year or for next year?
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact numbers, but
Okay.
it could become an issue if you were to have a lot of vehicles go past beyond the 20 years.
Right,
So,
which makes sense.
but I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you. No, it's fine.
Great question. Are there any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So, moving to our second, okay. All right. Welcome, Lauren. We're moving to our second item, 7.2, Report Number Development 2023-115, Wayfinding Circuit A Signage Costs. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Council direct staff to proceed with aluminum panel wayfinding signage, quote A, and use a mix of wooden and steel posts as needed at a cost of no more than $47,475.28 plus tax. And further, that Council direct staff to proceed with specific design option blank. That's for the discussion. And further, that staff are directed to continue designing and implementing wayfinding circuits as per the preferred design in a phased approach using funds allocated for wayfinding through the budget process. And with that, I can turn it over to Lauren McDermott, who will walk us through this note. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Your Worship. So using the Canoe Procurement Program, Staff engaged with ATS Traffic for the following quotations on the design concepts provided by Steer for Circuit A. So there's several items today that I'm going to be discussing with you. I will first walk through and show examples, and then we'll revisit each item and we can decide collectively. So just bear with me as I walk through everything with you. So the first thing that I would like to discuss with council is direction on whether staff would proceed with the wayfinding signage as aluminum or extruded material. So on Appendix A, which I have here on the screen, is an example of aluminum panel. And that's usually quite common in municipalities for wayfinding signage. And this is actually one sign that ATS did produce for a municipality. And this is where it's produced. And then the second sign, sorry if you can hear me, the second sign shows where it's actually attached. I don't know if you can see my little hand here. Up top, there's fasteners. So that's really the only difference, is that with aluminum, you will see some slight fastener visually just where it's attached to the poles or posts. But otherwise, it's quite common, it's cost efficient, and they're going to strategically locate the fasteners where they can. So as you can see on this example where it says ends, they try not to cut off the N, they put in between the N and the D. So this is called aluminum signage. The next sign example, which is below that, is Appendix B, and that is an extruded sign. Typically, these are what are shown on highway signs, and it requires several different panels that make up one larger sign. And because of that, if you look at this example here, you can see how complex it is in the background. On the back side of it, how it's fastened. Yes, it doesn't show the fasteners, but there's so many more panels that are required to do this. Therefore, it's a lot more significant in pricing. So the first question would be aluminum versus extruded. So we'll circle back to that.
Okay. You don't want questions after
Not-
each one? Okay, that's fine. That's,
I don't think so.
no,
I
okay,
think we'll
that's
walk
fine.
through it first.
Well, okay,
Yes.
that's good.
Okay. So the next part, we're just gonna go through. Okay, so for aluminum signage, which was the first example of the Alliston sign, you can get that in design option 1 or design option 2. And it's the exact same price. So it does not matter which other option you choose, exact same price. So what the flat panel, this is design option 1. We call this flat panel design. And on the screen here. And then on option 2 is called special cut flat panel, which will have those like cutouts of the sharp kind of pointing. So that's like the visual difference. So keeping in mind, this is only for option aluminum, that you can do either option. If council chooses to do extruded signs, you can only go with option 1 design. Okay. Now, the next point of discussion would be, and this would be the final point of discussion, is whether council would want all wooden posts, which is the lowest cost, or if you would want a variety of mixed wooden posts and steel posts based on where it's placed. For example, visually, it would be more aesthetically pleasing to have steel posts downtown. So that's an example. Or you could choose to do all steel posts, and that's the final costing. And so there's costing for aluminum and extruded. And then at this point, I can explain the differences or answer any questions that you may have, and that might help to form our final resolution. What we have listed out there is pretty much what is recommended by staff, because the aluminum panel would be the most cost efficient. And and we did say use a mix of wooden and steel posts as needed, right? So downtown, perhaps, that would make sense. And then we just said at a cost of no more than $47,000, which was like the full cost of using all steel posts. And then we just left the design option up to council. So really, we'll hand it over to you, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for that. And I noticed Councillor Stone right out of the gate. Okay.
Well, I love option 2, but that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is,
So you mentioned steel or wooden posts. Wood's cheaper. Doesn't last as long, probably. You suggested that steel posts would go downtown simply because we could do black metal. Is that what you're, just like our lamp posts? Is that correct?
That's what I've been in discussions, that it could be that color to match. So aesthetically wise, it might make more sense to do steel posts over wooden. So that's why we listed the wooden option, a mix option, or all steel, in case you wanted all steel throughout all of the town of Hunsel to complete Circuit A.
So some other options for metal poles, is it needed for the larger signs for strength, for longevity? Where might else we use the metal poles? I'm just wondering.
So through you, your worship, so in the report, we do have it noted as the difference between wooden versus steel posts. So staff would continue designing, oh, sorry, for some reason it seems to be cut off there. But what it would be is the steel posts would last longer, and then the wood would have potential to, be subject to rotting and replacement. So that is up to council to determine if that was something you were interested in, and that is the full price if we decide to go with all steel for just Circuit A. And a reminder, it's only for Circuit A. That's why we have it as an appendix of the map.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and thank you, Lauren, for the report. So I did read through the whole thing, and it just, so automatically I would agree with the aluminum panel, for sure, as an option. And I would also agree with Councillor Stone on option 2, with the look of the, I don't know what you call it, not the flat one, but
Special cut.
the special cut, yep. Now, in the report, it did say that there were options to sometimes put some of the parking signs on existing signs already downtown. So that's taking down the old ones and putting up new ones? Or is that, because some of those I know those posts are all already aluminum or steel. We don't need to replace, they don't look as nice as the black ones that you're proposing, but that might be a bit of a cost savings if we were able to do that, to put signs that are already existing. That was more of a comment, but my question is, on page 42 of your report, there's a little thing about, it's page 42 of the actual STEER report. It says that there are certain signs that are budgeted, like it says 16 in Circuit A of the IG. We've only budgeted for 4, but you're really saying that there should be 16 in there. Does that make sense?
Okay, so through you, your worship, to answer on the proposed Circuit A, page 43.
Yeah.
So this quoting is for the total of 40 signs, and that is for Circuit A, as identified by STEER, and that's the updated Circuit A sign
Okay, so
for the area.
if I may, Your Worship, if you go back a page, so I understand on page 43 it does say it's 40 total, but if you go back to page 42, what is this IG? It says with a little asterisk 16, but then it says budgeted 4.
Through your worship, I can't recall. We'd have to look back to our
Okay.
previous presentation, but I do know that it was what the document STEER provided to be quoted on.
Okay.
So they created this document, and so that's what's been quoted.
Okay. As long as we're not under-servicing the area and have, we want enough signs so that people can get from A to B comfortably, but it just looked as if there were 16 proposed, but we only budgeted for 4. That's what I'm questioning.
Okay, just looking
Does
here.
anybody else see that, or?
Page, it's also highlighted as original budget, so I don't know if that.
You know what? Our Director of Development Services is going to walk over and join Ms. McDermott. Okay, welcome, Kirsten.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just thinking about the Councillor Renwick's question, and I believe that the original wayfinding strategy that we'd received, they had only originally proposed that there would be 4 signs of that nature. And then when STEER did the design and the update, they said, no, there should be 16. That's what I believe that meant.
So the answer is in phase 1, that was before us tonight, there are 16 proposed signs. All right. That's good.
No, correction, through your worship, it's 40 signs total.
40, sorry, okay, then 16 in the,
Yeah.
right, in the one spot, okay,
And
gotcha.
through your worship, I would have to look back at the full strategy, which is in report that we have attached. Okay, DEV 2023-91, and that would detail what the identification of the sign type of IG is. So if we could find what that is, then we could better answer your question. Because it might refer to a certain things such as parking or something like that.
Right, and that was the one thing that I found, like I did go through to see what the codes were odd.
The codes are
Very,
they're a bit
Yeah,
odd.
okay,
yeah.
thank you. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
No,
And I
I've got
couldn't
that.
find what IG was, so it's not a worry. As long as we have enough signage out there, it's all I'm happy about. But great report. Thanks, Lauren. It was good.
Great. May I, oh, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald, you looked at me, so
Thank you, Your Worship.
usually a hand up helps more than me.
I was about to raise it, and you're just so on the ball tonight, you caught me before I could even do that. I appreciate it.
You're most
Lauren, I had a
entirely-
question. Thanks for the report. And I just had a question regarding some wording in the quote.
While you're looking for the wording, may I quickly ask a question?
I found it.
You found it, all right, okay, good.
It's based on current market pricing and a skid steers to be used and a hydrovac to be used if it's over any utilities. I didn't see a consultation with our operations or engineering. I have a little red flag going off in my head there about increased costs due to utilities and the use of hydrovacs. So can you enlighten me how we've dealt with that, or if we dealt with that?
So through you, your worship, we did give a heads up to operations, and it would just be dependent on the placement. So they would have to go and review, like, I guess, the area. That's my understanding of it. So it could be dependent on that. So there might be some additional costs that we would have to come back with if that was the case, and
Okay, thank you.
not for hydro.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a quick one, Lauren, and that is in the recommendation, you've got the $47,475, and in the report, that references all steel posts, and that's the cost for all steel, and yet the recommendation says use a mix of wooden and steel. So really, we're not proposing to spend $47,000. So just wondering if there's another figure, or you just want the fail-safe in case we go all steel, or, okay, I'm getting a nod from the director. All right.
Through you, your worship. So within the report, we actually do have the identified costing per sign. So for quote A, it's at a price of an additional $823.63 per sign. So that would be every time we wanted to do steel. So say downtown is 8 steel posts that we wanted to do. So 8 times $823. But then that's why we did the final full amount of up to $47,000, so that if we ended up
Just in
doing
case.
all steel.
It's a just in case,
Just
and
in
in case we
yeah.
decide at some point
Yep.
that we're not doing any wooden. Okay.
And again, it's up to council to decide if you want it all steel or perhaps a mix based on the location, which would make more sense perhaps, because some areas, when you're driving off the highway, they might not require a steel.
So will you be coming
post.
back to us with that sort, no, so how do we decide tonight that we decide right now whether we want the mix or up to that? And maybe that's why, because this is, all right. Councillor Cluche,
Through you, Chair. Did they say what the wooden poles, what type of wood they're gonna be using? Is it pressure treated pole or cedar or?
Through you, your worship, they did not
Okay.
mention the type of wood.
Most likely, you would think they would be pressure treated, so.
okay, and before we carry on, both Councillor Cluche, Councillor Fitzgerald, so far I have a couple of councillors who have expressed their interest in option 2 as far as design. I certainly would support 2 as well. So if you have a preference, maybe you could state it, then I have an idea. I'm no straw. It's, well, you were commenting, so you commented on which option. We actually have a motion that I will read where we actually suggest which option we'd like. But I'm not ready to fill it in and move it yet, or read it yet. Councillor Clark. I think Councillor, and Deputy Mayor has had his hand up for ages. It's hard to tell though, Dan, 'cause it's a very bright color there. And Councillor Clark would like you to go before, so Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I really appreciate that. Through your worship. My only comment is I like option 2 as well. I just like to see it be have it be uniformed throughout our community. So whatever post we are using and we decide on, that we use the same post in all locations.
So,
Steel.
oh, I see the posts all uniform. So in a way, the fact that we have this recommendation that could turn out to be all steel, we will have, okay, that's useful, thank you. Did I hear you correctly, Deputy Mayor?
Absolutely you did. Yep,
Yeah,
that's correct.
okay, all right, excellent. Now, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So I kind of feel like I'm going through the drive-through here, placing an order, so. But, so for sure, I'm okay with the mix of wood and steel. I like the idea of the downtown absolutely being steel. I'd leave it up to staff to determine where the best spots for steel are and, as opposed to wood. You'd mentioned, Mayor Alcock, option 2. Is that the special cut? Is that, yeah, I'd be okay with that option, if that's option 2. And I think that's it for me.
All right, that's great. Are there any other comments before I read a proposed amendment? Oh, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick, through you to Lauren, I'm just curious, the wood posts, could they be painted black if they're using them in the park areas?
Through your worship, it could be, but that has not been quoted for the pricing or the staff resources to do that. So that would be an additional cost I'd have to come forward with.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know, I think I'll go Councillor Schumacher first. You haven't had an opportunity.
Thank you. I guess placing my order, we're obviously going aluminum with option 2 because the other one can't do option 2. But my question is, the steel posts you were talking about black, are we looking at a mix though? Are some going to be black, or some going to be steel, or some going to be, and then wood? Like, or is the steel have to be uniform in one color?
Lauren?
Through your worship, coming from a branding background, I do have to say I like consistency.
Yep.
So I would recommend that we would choose a consistent look and feel. But with that being said, if it was recommended as a cost-saving measure where we could pick and select based on the aesthetics of the steel down the main street, however, the wood in the areas that maybe wouldn't be as, impacted. But if that's something that was looked at, we can certainly evaluate.
Thank you for that.
So then
follow-up.
follow up, I'm agreeing with Councillor Armour in that I would like the consistency then in the steel posts.
So all posts being steel, okay, which staff are recommending, so that's good. Councillor Stone, followed by Councillor Cluche.
So I'm quite happy with the mix. I'd like to save money where we can. The less prominent signs don't need an more expensive metal pole. As far as painting it goes, that's extra labor and cost, plus you'll have to repaint it every 2 years or something like that, so I don't think that's an appropriate option, but I'm happy with the mix. So in the prominent areas like our downtown, we get black just like our lampposts, and then those other signs that we like to have, but they're not really as prominent or needed, I'm happy with the wood.
And as long as the signs themselves are consistent, and I think that's what's really critical. And that nicely fits with staff recommendations, so that's great. Councillor Cluche.
Through you. I'm happy with the mixed poles too, as long as, if you're talking the wooden poles being out, say, at the Brunel Locks or somewhere like that, because I think they're wooden there now on most of them, so that's consistency that way. And how many, maybe Councillor Renwick might know, like, just approximately how many signs that we won't have to use steel posts downtown if we use existing? Is it the existing posts, steel posts that are there now? Like, are they black? And I'm not sure, I just,
Lauren?
Through you, Your Worship, so that would be something that we could evaluate and using those sign identification, and then we would have to review how that impacts, you know, the banners and how those are hanging and the flowers, and there's other areas that have to be considered, but it definitely can be evaluated as we're moving forward through the implementation of the signs.
yeah, that's all I was getting at, is if we could, you know, instead of doubling up posts beside each other, if we could use something existing rather than changing the post out, and maybe use a steel post somewhere else or whatever.
Okay, so with that, I'm making an executive decision to put the amendment forward, which decides the option, the design option. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the following be added to the end of the second paragraph, number 2. Are there any questions about number 2? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around, all the way around. Holy cow. So, with that, I think I need to read the final motion as amended. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with aluminum panel wayfinding signage code A and use of a mix of wooden and steel posts as needed at a cost of no more than $47,475.28 plus tax, and further that council directs staff to proceed with specific design option number 2, and further that staff are directed to continue designing and implementing wayfinding circuits as per the preferred design in a phased approach using funds allocated for wayfinding through the budget process. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. How cool is that? Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Lauren. How exciting. We're moving on wayfinding. Really exciting. Okay, so we are now moving to agenda item 7.3, and which is Corp 2023-61, and it's an update from Trevor Donald, the coordinator for our 3 standing committees of council that had the 1-year mandate, and Trevor's here to give us an update. It was a great report, by the way.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is just a summary. The report is just for information only. So it just provides council an update as to what's gone on in the since February. And it just reminds council that the terms of reference for these committees will end in February. And so just going over some of the summary, in total we had 21 lay members, and they've been very active and participating with the committees since they were formed. We also have 6 chairs and co-chairs, 3 directors, and 1 committee coordinator that was brought on in August, which helped us significantly with our admin support. So in the discussion, I just went on to say that the meetings have been, they're meant to be more interactive. And so we really wanted to see committee members engaged with the directors that attend the meetings, as well as the councillors as well. And I think we accomplished that goal. We also had guest speakers, and we had workshops within the committee meetings as well to kind of strategize what the committees wanted to see in terms of priorities, as well as going through high-level plans ranging from the official plan to the community services master plan. I did list some of the highlights within the committee meetings, so if there are any questions to those, I'd be more than happy to answer them after. As well as we looked at funding opportunities. We were able to leverage some funding, such as, for example, and we were able to examine some funding that the town might be a good fit for, such as the District of Muskoka Active Transportation Reserve Fund, which we're still discussing. We did identify themes and trends throughout the committee meetings. So for example, communicating to both year-round and seasonal residents, and then how to implement, and how to get to the pace and scale that we need to be at. And of course, there was several discussion items around a number of different things, such as equity, looking at, for example, mental health and loneliness, and how people can get out and involved and active in their community. There is, of course, barriers and limitations being a small town, which I've listed, and some ideas of how to overcome those barriers. And as well, just a what's next in terms of what we're going to do in the last three meetings, as well as some lessons learned. So I am able to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. As I said, it was great reading through the report. There's a lot going on, and that was really, really informative. Are there any, Councillor Cloutier?
Through you. Trevor, have you had any conversation with any of the members about staying on, carrying forward as a group that they have for another year?
So through your worship, to the councillor, so, you know, we have to look, we spent about approximately 50 hours so far meeting between the three committees, 8 times 3, and then multiply that by 2. Some of the committees meet for even 3 hours. So, I would say even 75 hours of meeting time. So I think in terms of planning, I think we were right where we want to be. In terms of implementation, I think that's why General Committee is adopting the motions and minutes, because they are able to be put in a position to find the capital or funding to be able to implement. And I think committee members have an understanding. Of course, they're very enthusiastic. They would love to be part of the implementation process as well. But it's just a matter of, getting to the point where we can implement.
Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Trevor. This is an incredibly detailed document, and I really applaud the effort that you've put into it. And I'm amazed, really. And I'll look at the relationships take time and move at the speed of trust. That is a lesson learned. But thank you for the work that you've done, and I really enjoyed reading this. Well, I enjoyed it, but I certainly gleaned a lot.
I enjoyed it.
I did, yeah. I did.
So I
It's
think there's
very
nothing wrong with enjoying it.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
That's okay. Okay, I wanted to make a comment, and it was in your report. I know that you spent quite a bit of time advising the Discovery Center in Gravenhurst as to how to go about applying for that funding, the program they weren't aware of. And they did a presentation at our last CAPS meeting and made reference to the fact of all of the support that they received from you, and they got their application in, by the way. Said it was long, complicated, and they had a lot of support from you, and we're very thankful. So I'm thanking you on their behalf. So that's really fantastic. Hopefully it'll be a successful ask, right? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to Trevor. Trevor, thanks for guiding us through this far in our process of these committees. I know it hasn't been easy, and you've been very thorough and very patient. Sometimes when we have members of the public, they have a very different idea of how things should happen and occur, and we have all these rules and protocols that we have to follow. So thanks for all your hard work and efforts and guidance in getting us to this point.
All right, I don't think I'm seeing anyone else, and this was a report for information. And as I heard you say, if we have any other questions, we can always ask you later. I heard you say that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving along to bylaws. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2023-123 to 2023-126 inclusive be reported and passed this 27th day of November 2023. 8.1 Bylaw 2023-123 Procurement Policy. 8.2 Bylaw 2023-124 Amendment to Bylaw 2011-18 Provision of Notice Policy. 8.3 Bylaw 2023-125 Amendment to Bylaw 2022-142 Appointing Municipal Officials and Committees. And 8.4 Bylaw 2023-126 Amendment to Bylaw 2022-142 Appointment of Alternate Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions about any of those bylaws? I don't see any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that passes all the way around once again. Thank you, everybody. It's great when we can just go through like that, huh? So, going to new business, we do have a proposed motion, the only item under new business, and that is, it has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the Town of Huntsville Council requests the District Municipality of Muskoka provide for an amendment to the District of Muskoka Parking Control Bylaw to include a no-stopping fire access route restriction on South Mary Lake Road, District Road number 44, from civic numbers 340 through to 434, and further that the area be signed appropriately. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to speak to this, please?
I would love to. I think this is brought forward just as a safety measure and for first responders in Port City leaving the fire hall. We've had, we just want to ensure that they can get out with full access on the South Mary Lake Road to service any community emergency needs. So that's it. If anyone has any questions, they can feel free to ask me.
Okay. Are there any questions for Councillor Fitzgerald? Yes, Councillor Cluche. Yeah.
Through you. There's, like, it says here, no stopping fire. These will be fire access route signs, or they'll just say no stopping?
Good question.
Just because there's a big level difference of getting rid of the cars, and as we've come across this before.
No stopping, no parking, and I'm sure that our interests will be represented well at district when the decision is made, how they will be signed.
Okay.
I don't know about the exact wording in the motion and what has been discussed, but
It references to include a no-stopping/fire access route.
there you go.
So perhaps the discussion will take place at district what's appropriate.
Okay, that's
I-
good. Yeah,
I
I'd
think
like
that
to see
makes
a fire
sense.
access route.
Yeah,
Because then
yeah.
it's definitely there. There's
Yeah.
no argument then. Thank you.
Just to follow up, Your Worship, it does sound like that in the
I
motion.
think so.
Yeah.
Does the chief need to, well, that's a good question. The chief is, the chief hasn't been paying any attention to this. All right, Chief Monahan, would you mind coming forward if you would like to add to this? This is, did you hear the motion? Would you like me to reread it? Please, aha. Okay, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the Town of Huntsville Council request the District Municipality of Muskoka provide for an amendment to the District of Muskoka Parking Control Bylaw to include a no-stopping/fire access route restriction on South Mary Lake Road, District Road 44, from civic numbers 340 through 434, and further that the area be signed appropriately.
So
Yeah,
through you,
we put
Mayor
you
Con-
right on the spot, but that's
No,
what
we,
you get.
we met with Bylaw down a couple weeks ago, so they have a concern with the school going in across the across the street from the fire station at the, I believe it's the,
Right, it's the, yes, I know, yes, yes.
There's a Christian school that's going to be built there.
Right there, and so
They're
there could
concerned
be.
with the, picking the children up at the, or waiting for them at the fire station and then driving down and picking them up. So there was a concern. I agree with bylaw that, yeah, we should put the signage up now as opposed to putting it up after they start parking there.
So you're very supportive of this
100%.
motion?
Yes.
Well, that's great. Thank you for being there. Councillor Schumacher.
And through your worship, I think if you put the fire piece in, does that not carry a higher weight in fine than if it just says no parking? That's the
Yes,
specific
that actually
piece.
probably makes sense, but I'll let the big minds deal with that. All right, are there any other, yes, Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Chief. There is no issue at this point, is there? You're sort of anticipating that there may be some issues should that,
When the school
when the
goes
school
in.
comes in.
Yeah, through you, Mayor.
Yeah.
There are no issues at this time.
No,
but
you're just
I-
being proactive.
But the bylaw department did bring it to our attention, which I think was a great idea, that that's a big school that's going in there, and that could cause us a problem, so.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for calling me up, Mayor.
Sorry about that, Chief. All right, are there any other questions? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, for bringing that forward. We're moving to general information. Before we start, we have a new member of staff, Beth Green, who's here with us tonight. And she's our new part of our communications team, and she will be covering for Katie's maternity leave. And so I just wanted to introduce her and say welcome and wish you the best of luck. We're really happy you're here. Thank you. And if I put you on the spot, I didn't mean to, you know. You're in communications. You got to be used to that. So that's great. Welcome. All right, so I've done that part. Everybody saw we had lots of correspondence this month. And now we'll move to District of Muskoka update, I guess starting with me. It says I'm going first, and I again will try and be very brief. So this was budget month at committee at district, and so at CAPS, at Community and Planning Services, we did have a couple of presentations, both actually sort of budget related. One was, as I said, from the Muskoka Steamships and Discovery Center. They're looking at a new installation, and they were asking for some funding, as well as a presentation from Councillor Cooper and consultants with respect to the proposed William Davis Great Lakes Education and Research Center in the township of Georgian Bay. They were also asking for some funding from the district. We had a proposed official plan amendment 58 just to go forward. It is with respect to our notification requirements now that we don't have print media. So it was just, permission to have a statutory public meeting on that. There was a motion on our planning tariff of fees bylaw. District staff are proposing, and we supported it, to raise fees because they haven't kept up. They haven't been raised for many years, so that went forward. And then we moved into budget and financial planning. There was a proposal there to increase the number of staff to an additional 4.5 positions. So some discussion around that. But I would say that the bulk of the discussion fell out of the discussion from the day before at Corporate Services. I'm sure we'll hear all about it, which was around housing and the district's commitment to housing. We proposed at CAPS that we increase the amount that was suggested to go towards our MAHIP funding, which is a district program, and we asked that they include an additional $600,000 to that. That was approved. But most importantly, Chair Lehman suggested that out of the discussion from CORP, Services that it's probably time that the district look at the big picture, and rather than chipping away at around the edges, that we consider a large program, a large contribution, many, many millions. We don't know what it looks like yet, and maybe Councillor Morrison can add a little bit to that. But there was a lot of excitement in the room to say, I think we're ready to look at a bigger program. So that was CAPS. And Council, we were a couple of items worth note, and that was we spent a lot of time looking at the approval of the Township of Muskoka Lakes official plan. Lots of discussion around the table. It was an awkward one because the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council was asking District Council to support their position around aggregate policy in their plan, and that position went against district staff recommendation. So ultimately, District Council voted in support of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council position. And I think from my perspective, it was very important that we support not just the Township Council, but also it involved residents of our community in the town of Huntsville, because a large percentage of people who were very concerned about this staff recommendation were from Skeleton Lake and reside in Utterson. So that was quite a lively debate and really important. There are two other items I thought maybe if I could put both Councillor Morrison on the spot, you might want to speak to the support for the idea letter. That was really, I think, a good conversation. It was a great initiative. And perhaps to Councillor Stone, because we supported the upcoming contract awards under health services, and I believe that was for Fairvern. So maybe put both of you on the spot for 2 seconds if you want to report. They were both approved, by the way. And so you can add to your update if you'd like when you want to do that. I will go to Deputy Mayor Armour next for highlights of the Engineering and Public Works Committee.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be quick here. We had an oral presentation from Patricia Snell and Heather Booth, and they both work at the Muskoka Rotisserie Coffee. It had to do with commercial composting. I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but currently they are producing their own coffee pods here in Huntsville. But the byproduct of that is a compostable packaging that our district is not capable of handling. So right now I think it's about 150 pounds a week they produce, and they have to store it on site, and then they're shipping it to Toronto to be held with. So they came to Muskoka asking us if we'd look forward or look into actually maybe start and produce or be able to help them with composting that. It's commercial waste, so it's a little bit different and more costly. We went through a thing with Muskoka Road 14, Fraserburg Road update. And then the biggest thing, again, you mentioned earlier was the budget. And we're looking at, which was approved, and we're looking at about a 4.35% increase on the 2024 draft tax supported operating budget and capital budget. And that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Deputy Mayor Armour? Very quickly, what was the response from committee with respect to the pods, the Muskoka Roastery? Was it they will look into it or not at this time?
It was very positive. There was some conversation about an opportunity here for maybe Muskoka to become that site for other areas north of us and south of us, to become that area where they can transport their waste that they're currently taken to down to the cities to be disposed of. But that was mainly just conversation, but there's no direction given.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Armour. I will then move to Councillor Morrison to do an update of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, otherwise known as the most fun committee at the district, for sure, just like it is here at the town. We had a really good meeting, and I must say, Mayor Alcock, Councillor Stone, myself, a bunch of us attended various committees this week because it was all budget, and this is the taxpayers' dollars. So the the public should know that we put a lot of time into watching the district money that's being spent. There was a lot of pushback on staffing levels and everything else, a lot of good discussion, a lot of rationalization for the staff needed, and it was really, really constructive, which was good. One thing we did approve was a 6.6% increase to development charges in accordance with the bylaw. We also funded the Muskoka Small Business Center for $12,000 because their funding has not been indexed for about 20 years, and they're running short on funds, and they're doing a lot of good work in the community. And other than that, it was mostly just budget stuff. I could put you to sleep if you want an hour of that update, but it's there in the minutes, and it was a really good meeting. And to Mayor Alcock's comment about the letter through the IDEA group, I've had the pleasure of working with Tina Kilborn, who is basically runs Mailty and the IDEA Advisor Group. She does both. She's an amazing individual who does a lot of work with not a lot of financial support. She helped me and Councillor Brenda Rhodes put a letter together to send to the province. And we simply just wanted to make sure that the province, if they were to institute a policy like Saskatchewan and New Brunswick have done, as far as trying to force teachers to out kids when they want to go by certain names and pronouns, that they do it with a lot more consultation than those other provinces did. Because those provinces are now being sued, they're in litigation, they're being challenged on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and there's a whole pile, it's a mess. So we had a unanimous vote, 22 councillors, saying that yes, we want the province, if they do go down this road, to give it a lot of consideration and to consult everybody, including students, youth, parents, principals, teachers, and youth mental health organizations. And it was good. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I think it was a great letter for that very reason, you know, that it's really saying you've got to consult, because otherwise you will end up in this situation, which isn't a lot of fun either, right? You know, right. So, are there any questions? Nope. Okay. Then finally, I will move to Councillor Stone for an update on Health Services Committee.
Thank you. We had a deputation by Hospice Muskoka, who is struggling financially, or soon to be struggling. They simply wanted district's support for their ask to the province for ongoing funding. We had a closed session regarding the escalating costs of Fairburn construction. We did award some tenders for Fairburn. There's $12 million in tender still to come, and it would appear all of our tender bids are way above what we anticipated, so that's of great concern. We reviewed the budget as it pertains to health and the services we provide. The current budget was already mentioned. It looks like it's going to be about 4.35%, and just under half of that is for health-related matters. And that's what I've got.
I shouldn't turn that. There we go. Are there any questions? Councillor Stone, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your updates. It's been a busy time at District, that is for sure. And it doesn't look like it'll let up for the next while. All right, moving along to events and updates. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was maybe remiss, I could have reported this under the BIA report, but I just want to make a little note or shout out to the sort of the tree placement team that happened down at Kent Park.
Right.
Just kudos to the BIA, the Chamber, the town, and specifically the operations team with Tina. They did a fabulous job, and to our Councillor Cloutier, who placed the tree very carefully in a very difficult position. It was hard to get in that spot, so he did a great job. In regard to that, the tree lighting happened last Thursday, and it was we didn't have a lot of people, but it was beautiful. It was lovely. We also downtown had the Muskoka Market this past weekend, which was great. The Santa Claus Parade happened on Friday, so lots of things happening downtown, and they had customer appreciation as well. So it's a busy time in our little town, but. Again, that small town feel certainly comes through when you're standing on the side of the street of Main Street and you see Santa come by, and hundreds of people there. There's lots. So
Thank you for all of that, and it's so true about Santa Claus. I was walking along handing out candy canes, and I heard that word, the small town feel. That this is what it's all about. I was walking with Councillor Schumacher, and I think you had said that, but it's so true. And there was such an incredible turnout for the parade this year. And I also was remiss in thanking Councillor Cloutier and our own staff and the BIA and the Chamber for such a success story for the tree in Kent Park. It was a fun tree lighting, and it was very different from the Aurelia's. Aurelia's tree lighting. I think everybody was holding their breath, right? But it was a great event, and so thank you all who made that happen. That was really great collaboration, and we're very lucky. So, are there any other? Councillor Fitzgerald, I was told you might have something to say.
Well, thank you, Worship. Just a great event going in the community next Wednesday. It's a 35th annual Porch Light Food Drive. So I think it was originally started by the fire department in Huntsville and Port Sydney and Lake of Bays. And fire trucks will be going around with volunteer groups. The cadets are involved, Lions are involved, the OPP supports it, paramedics support it, and we collect a ton of food for people. I know I come up to town with a truckload, and there's 4 or 5 more that come from Port Sydney, and we all know food bank use is up 38% on average. I don't know where we fall in that data set, but I know a lot of people are using it, so it's a really feel-good thing. It's the first thing that puts me in the mood for Christmas and family and what Christmas is all about. People are very, very generous and kind and supportive of our community members. So if you have the opportunity to get out and volunteer or just donate, you can drop off food on your front porch with your porch light on Wednesday after 6. We go around and pick up all the food, or it can be dropped off at the Salvation Army or any of the fire halls in Port Sydney, Huntsville, or Lake Bays.
Thank you for that. I have a quick question. So if we do that and put it out on our porch, and if you live on a private road, but a good road, would it be best if we put it on just in one location?
I think-
Or drop it off at the fire hall?
Yeah, I think
Probably drop it off at the fire
pretty
hall.
remote location like yours,
Yep,
we're
don't
not
do
driving
it.
by your house, Your
Okay,
Worship.
all right.
So
So I'll
if-
take
if-
it to the fire hall.
If you've never seen the fire trucks or the OPP or the
I
ambulance
know, that
come
would
by your
not be
house,
great.
if
That
you
wouldn't be
could
good.
drop it off at one of the fire halls.
All right, well, I'm glad I asked them, because there may
or-
be someone else
or
who'd be in
or
that
the
position.
Salvation
They'd
Army,
wonder.
that would be greatly appreciated.
All right, that's good. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Maybe the mayor needs to start offering hot chocolate for the group to come by.
Or hot toddies, or-
Yes, I would like to say thank you to Councillor Fitzgerald and the crew at the Port Sydney Parks and Rec for putting on another great tree lighting as well. So that happened this past weekend on Sunday. The Making Spirits Bright event that community puts on every year has great turnout this year with our lovely tree outside that they light at that hall and decorate cookies, and Councillor Fitzgerald made a great chili for anyone. Nobody's sick today, so that was a good result.
That's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
It's a
So
good
yes,
sign.
that was a great event. I'm also going to take a few minutes in my thing timed out here to do a bit of a commercial as the chair of community services. I would like to say thank you to my community services peeps. They know who they are back there, but Jessica and the group, that we have all of our public skates have been sponsored for the upcoming Christmas holiday. So I think that is awesome, and kudos to the team. But we are looking for some sponsorships for the swims. So not too many people necessarily think of that as an option, but we are reaching out. If anybody's wanting to, they are open to sponsorship for public swims. You can contact Cameron Labonte, the aquatics manager, and he will get you in charge with what you would need. It's $286 plus HST for an hour for a swim. You get great sponsorship details. You can put your business names added to the websites, and we put you up on the LCD screen, and you mention your business name at the event. You can have space in the lobby to promote your company and set up a booth. It's a great opportunity to promote leisure and recreation and activity in our community. So if there is anyone out there looking to do a sponsorship for our swims over the holiday season for kids, that would be awesome.
Thank you for that. Really important, and that's sounds like it's a real success. So that's fantastic. Councillor Morrison.
After you put your food on your porch on Wednesday, or the 29th, we're having an amazing event at the Reen Case Theatre in Bracebridge for Mind Aid. So Mind Aid is screening a film called Connecting the Dots. It's for youth mental health worldwide, and it's an expensive film. We had to pay a significant amount of money to get it, but thankfully we've got sponsorships from Mark and Tish Furman, Roy LePage, Strata Group, Three Guys on a Stove, Huntsville Festival of the Arts, and Deerhurst Resort. So now, because of them, we don't have to dip into therapy money from the youth, and all the costs are covered. We are going to have at least 150 people there, but we'd love to get up closer to 200, because that organization, as you know, is doing yeoman's work, and they're grossly underfunded. A success story, though, former Mayor Scott Aitchison, at his golf tournament this year, Mind Aid was a recipient of funds. And when Jody speaks and tells you some of the work she's doing, you tend to really want to help her out. So after she was done speaking, she sat down at the table, and the guy at her table went on the website and donated $10,000 on the spot. That shows you how generous our community is, right? And so the exposure she's getting from being at that tournament has turned into a lot of funding, which is great. So good. So yeah, so 29th, Reen Case Theatre, I believe it starts at 6:30-ish, but you can look it up. And it's free because of our sponsors, so yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Amazing, amazing. So right after general next week, that's general committee, right? Okay, well that's a lot. There's a lot going on in our community, and it's amazing. It just blows my mind. Okay, so we are going to have a break before we go into closed session. All right? So that means as soon as Dave lets us Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now going into close, so I have a motion to move. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 7:14 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters pertaining to the following sections under the Municipal Act 2001, 239-2. B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, 11.1.1, Operations and Protective Services Division, and 11.1.2, Confidential Report CAO-2023-9, Corporate Management Division. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, 11.2.1, verbal report, OLT 23000468, Buckman, 190 Rachel's Lane. And C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 11.3.1, confidential report, Corp 2023-82, communication tower lease agreement, 11.4.1, confidential report, development 2023-116, acquisition, local board, 11.4.2, confidential report, development 2023-117, acquisitions, land. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, welcome back, everybody, for anybody who's still watching or thinking of watching. We do have a number of motions arising out of closed, and I'll start with the first one. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that the project coordinator position be extended for an additional 6 months, and further that the costs associated with the extension of this position be included in the 2024 budget funded from the Building Department Stabilization Reserve and grants. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. I have another motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within Confidential Report Corp 2023-82 be adopted. Questions or comments? All those in favor? I have another motion moved by Councillor Cluche and seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within Confidential Report Development 2023-116 be adopted. All those in favor? And that carries. Another motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within Confidential Report Development 2023-117 be adopted. All those in favor? I have finally a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2023-127 be received and passed this 27th day of November 2023. All those in favor? That carries. Excuse me. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 10:11 p.m. All those